Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Sort my mic out. Just do some social media stuff. Alright. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Welcome to a new stream. Let's get my coffee open. So we're working on the crafting system. And we made good progress yesterday. Oh, this is on tight. I think my coffee jug expands when you put coffee in it and seizes the lid. There we go. Have coffee now. Cheers. Alright then. So let's review what we did yesterday. So if we go to the data downloader controller, and we'll just comment these lines out, and we'll just run through the crafting of an apple seed. Okay then. So this is the crafting bench. We can put in crafting benches throughout the world now. So there's no unlock blueprints. Let's go and unlock one. So currently, if you want to craft something, you need a blueprint. You can unlock blueprints throughout the game in various ways. This one is just set up so you unlock it through a dialogue with an NPC. So I've found a blueprint for an apple seed. Blueprint discovered. And what that means is it's available to unlock. Or at least the item that the blueprint can craft is available to unlock. So if we go to the crafting bench, we see that we've got an apple seed blueprint and it's locked. In order to unlock the blueprint, we need data. Okay. And that means we need data cards. So if we give the character 2 data cards, and then we'll just go and unlock this blueprint again. And then we'll just go and get this blueprint again. Alright, so we'll go to Jenny. Found a blueprint for an apple seed. Alright, so to unlock the blueprint, we need to go to the downloader. We need data cards. So we'll download the data into the Appleseed blueprint that was given to us by Jenny, the NPC. And we'll unlock it. And now that blueprint is in an unlocked state. So we can actually craft Appleseed using the recipe 16 carbon, 2 apple spark, which we have 16 carbon, 2 apple spark, so we can craft, and then we get 2 apple seeds. So that's currently the state of crafting, which is super simple. So I think next what we're going to do is be able to queue crafts. My idea is you walk up there and you get a little UI that pops up, which is the queue for this crafting bench. And then you hold the button down and it will craft items in the queue. Alright, let's start that then. Okay then. So let's just not automatically charge the data. So what I want to do, the first thing I want to do is basically when we get up to the crafting bench, I just want that UI to appear. Then when we walk away, I want it to disappear. It's basically just what that crafting bench label does, but I want it to be a UI instead of a label. So that is done. That label appears here. So we want get crafting controller, open crafting queue, I think. So optref, we don't have a crafting queue thing yet. So we'll just say void open crafting queue. Crafting bench kind. So we'll find the crafting bench. And we'll say current crafting queue ID. Funked, hey, how's it going? Funked. Doing alright? Chilling out with Birdie today. Just started streaming for the day. Working on crafting system. Yeah, current crafting queue ID. So we'll make struct. Yeah, man. Trying to get some music done, great. Do you ever stream your music production stuff? I know you stream sometimes, like DJing. Do you ever do any screen capturing? Alright, so we're going to do struct crafting queue. So basically the same. Oh, cool, man. Not as entertaining what as DJing. DJing's good. I'm not entirely sure watching somebody code is entertaining. Maybe it is. Alright. So return ID is other ID. Return kind is other kind. Okay, and then we want get crafting queue ID. Crafting bench kind. Oops. Do you reckon? I don't know. I think music production's good as well. That requires some proper skill. I've tried that a few times and it's hard. So we're going to do hash enum name kind, and we're also just going to craft it with a string, which is just going to be q. I'm going to hash it with a string. See if that compiles. Right. And a bench. Maybe we make the bench have a crafting queue. Not the bench. Maybe we just start in here. Array crafting queue. Crafting queue. I'll be doing some music production for the game eventually. I'll be making the soundtrack. Probably not for maybe a year or so. A year or more though. Oh, thanks mate, yeah, I will. I've done I have FL Studio and I've done a few kind of game style projects with that. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I made 2 songs just to see if I could do it, and they were okay. It was more like a fantasy. This one's going to be more sci-fi though, and I think with sci-fi it's good because you can use synth and stuff, you know. Whereas fantasy tends to be, you need to get buy orchestral VSTs or rent them, because you need violins, you need an orchestra. Whereas sci-fi you can be a lot more electronic. Oh cool man, yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I set up a new Discord, Sam. So I spent last half term learning about Discord. Got 3 members so far, which is good. Alright. Yeah man, I definitely appreciate some VSTs when I get round to it. Alright then. So yeah, that Stream Elements chatter is a bot that I set up, so it's meant to give messages. Oh cheers. Yeah, I mean it's very, I know really nothing about Discord. I just kind of for a couple of days just read all about what it can do. It's kind of like a forum in it, but then you've got to set up different permissions for different channels and all that, and then you got to make sure they're all right, because like otherwise people can rename your channels and stuff like that. So I'm just learning all about that. Don't even know if they're all right, to be fair. Might be mistakes, probably is. All right. So we've got crafting queues. So if we open a crafting queue, we can make one. Open crafting queue. So this is crafting queues. Find, and then we want current crafting queue ID equals get crafting queue ID. And I'm not sure what we want to do here, because this isn't going to be a menu really. So what I might do, instead of find it, we're going to say index of. So I'm going to see if it's there. If index is equal to crafting queues.get count, so if it's not there, then we are going to make it equals crafting queues.inplace crafting queue. What do we need? ID and kind. So ID is get crafting queue ID. Kind is kind. Alright. So now this can actually return a reference to a crafting queue. Yeah, let me know your Twitch channel, Sam. This is just your username, isn't it? I'll follow you. This is the channel you do your DJing off. All right. DJing and gaming, cool. I don't know if I could play games on stream. Or DJ. Alright, so we have the index. So we can just return crafting queues index. Okay, so this bot I think is posting too much. Let's go back. Bot timer. It needs to post maybe like every 20 lines. Let's see what that's like. Cat code on stream, yeah. I'm still getting used to it. It is weird. It is weird having someone watch your code. It's good though, because I don't really know many coders in Whitby. So I have people who like coding dropping into the stream and talking to me about it, which is good. Alright, so we'll make a crafting queue. do want to open it though. Right then, let's see if that works. Yeah, definitely. Everyone that's come on has been really friendly and wanting to help out and stuff. Like, the only like bad things I've had is you get like random bots that come in and try to get you to visit a website because they'll give you 1 million followers or whatever. Right, so that's the crafting bench. So we should, we didn't open the crafting queue, we need to do that. So what we want is get the crafting controller. And then we want crafting controller open, craft bench when the user presses OK. And we want to open the crafting queue. E.kind. Oh really? Yeah. Yeah, there's so many bots. I had like a Twitter account for ages and I just used it just to look at coding on Twitter and stuff, and I didn't follow anyone and I didn't post anything. And after like a year I had like, because I didn't check anything, I had like 50 bots just following me, even though I'd not posted anything, so they clearly weren't following me because I was posting interesting things. Michael Reeves. No, I've not. Alright. So we're opening a crafting queue. So what I think... Alright, yeah, cool. I'll check him out. I watch a guy called Thin Matrix, and he's a game developer, an indie game, like a solo indie game developer like me. He's really good. And I watch a guy called Jonathan Blow, who's actually, he's a proper professional. He owns like a game studio, but he often posts like streams of what he's working on. He made like Braid and The Witness. Don't know if you've heard of those games, but they were popular. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to say current crafting queue ID equals crafting queues index.id, right? And then we're actually going to store a frame. Last crafting queue frame. I'm going to say last crafting equals frame count, because this is going to be a menu that will close itself or some UI that'll close itself. Okay, which means we need a tick. So we're gonna have to tick this controller. I'm just gonna say fast crafting queue frame is less than frame count. Current crafting queue ID equals 0. Alright, let's tick this then. So we'll go to the game state, tick, nope, tick, whoops, it's the wrong tick, tick, game state tick, tick NPCs, so we're going to say get crafting controller.tick. So this tick is gonna happen every frame. And what I want to do is I want to see if they are synced. So we're gonna go, I want to just log this. Last crafting queue frame count. Print this to the output console. Okay, let's include crafting controller. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do like a roundup video every week on YouTube. It takes so long to make, that's the problem I'm finding, YouTube videos. I need to find a way to make videos quickly. I want to do vlog style videos, but this just seems to take so long. You couldn't really do one once a week, you'd have to do one probably once every 2 or 3 weeks. Alright. So we see 0 and then the frame count is going up. Oops. So are they in sync there? It's hard to tell. Let me just stop that. So it's 1 frame behind. We can deal with that. We'll do that. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just log the current crafting queue ID and we'll see if that, when we go over that square, it sets it to be the right ID, and then when we leave the square it should set it to be 0. And we leave it 0. That's awesome. So what can we do now? We probably want to use the game HUD canvas. So we're going to say draw, let's be private, draw crafting queue, canvas, game UI canvas, canvas, Probably need to forward declare that. Oops. Okay, does this compile? So we're going to say if current crafting queue ID so what we'll do is we'll supply the queue. Crafting queue in canvas. So we'll say draw crafting queue. Well, okay, we need to find it. So we'll say if auto queue equals crafting queues dot find current crafting queue ID draw crafting queue and then get game HUD canvas. Doesn't know about game HUD canvas. That's in game canvas. Right, so what we'll do is we'll just say canvas draw rectangle draw quad rect. We're just going to say we'll draw it in the top left of the screen somewhere. Color float color, draw it white. Z int max. Let's see what happens. I'm not entirely sure if I want to draw in the crafting controller. I might actually implement this in the HUD itself. Here we go. So if I save it, and then what happens if I load it? That's fine. So what I might do is do this in the HUD. So get game HUD, draw crafting queue. Something like that. So I do want to also see actually if this HUD if this white rectangle disappears when I open the UI, because currently it's all set to turn off. No, it stays, which is great. That's exactly what I want. Alright, so we need draw crafting queue in the game HUD. Game HUD draw crafting void draw crafting queue queue. And we probably need to forward declare crafting queue. Okay. And this just does the same thing. Auto canvas. Get canvas. And we'll just draw the quad. So we'll remove this method. All right. So now this is being drawn in the HUD class, which is probably better. There you go. So what does a crafting queue look like? So the HUD in it, we'll use the GHUD, game HUD state, right? And we're going to put in a canvas. Game UI canvas, and it's going to be crafting queue canvas. And then in initialize, so what I think we might do is struct crafting queue menu, and that's got the canvas in it, and it's also got a constructor in it. And we'll have a crafting queue menu in here. And this constructor just sets up the canvas. So we're just going to call it crafting queue menu. Done on the bounds. We could. Alright. We'll set some bounds. We'll say 100, 100, 100, 100. And the window, we don't know. And then we're just going to have void tick. So we'll just do canvas.set input window, get game canvas, get game HUD canvas dot get input window. And then let's just draw it. Canvas.draw label crafting queue. Okay. So when we draw the crafting menu, when we draw the crafting queue, we'll just go crafting queue menu, GHUD crafting queue menu dot tick. We do actually need to pass in what queue we're working on. Crafting queue. Okay. Queue. And then we'll just, so we need to do, actually, we can do that here. Set the input window. So auto canvas is that. Then we set the input window and then we call tick. We'll do canvas.begin clear bordered UI float color 111. Blinker bot, and then we're going to go, so we're going to go auto window is that window begin clear, and then we're going to go if canvas.end UI window.draw canvas canvas z's to bm false clear target. So this now should draw a proper canvas that we can use to do UI on. Let's have a look then. There it is. So it's not wide enough. We'll make it 200 and the height we'll make it 700, 600. It needs to be out of the way of the crafting menu. Okay. So I think that is 700. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to set the bounds in a different place. We'll set it here. So I think we'll have get bounds as well. It's rects. Get bounds. How does this work for the other menus? Menu. Game menus. In-game menu, get bounds. Const vec2 screen size. And then we'll have a size. Say 200, 700. So in game menus, when we call get bounds, we're basically doing it from the middle of the screen. So we actually need to offset it in X. So we could do so if we go to game menu, so it's going to happen on the crafting bench menu. So we could do, so where does select type come? That's from G menu types, which is in a C++ file, not header file, so we can't get to that. So I think we need to we maybe need to do this inside game menus, which we can do. No, I think it'll be fine. We'll just do it here. Now we will put it in game menus. Crafting, draw crafting queue. Yeah, we'll just leave it. We'll do it here. So we want to draw it with an offset. Float, I would say auto x offset equals -100 plus vec2 x offset 0. So I think it needs to be minus size dot width -100. Let's see. Okay, so it's not being drawn anymore. So we need to set the bounds. So we need to do canvas.setExtent gHUD.crafting menu, crafting queue menu, get bounds. There we go. We need to get the screen size. So that is the screen size. So it's going to be drawn on top of the game canvas. So that's just get canvas dot get size get client bounds dot width height. Okay. So we need to minus even more. Wait for that to compile. Maybe not as much as that. So what I'm doing now is like experimenting. So it's a lot of trial and error. Kind of like just kind of like messing about, trying to see if I can get something that is kind of fun. So I might not keep any of this. I'm just kind of exploring. I'll show you the crafting system. So what I want to avoid is just clicking a button and then you craft it, because that's kind of boring. So I'm trying to make crafting a bit more interesting. And what I also don't want to do is be like, you know, going to take 5 minutes to craft this item, because I think then you're just annoying the player because they want to craft it and you have to wait 5 minutes. So you get blueprints through the game, and then you unlock the blueprints with data that you get from the radar. I don't know, did I ever show you the radar? And the blueprints have recipes in, and the recipes require certain items. So if you want to make apple seeds, you need 16 carbon, which I have, and 2 apple spark. And apple spark are just like items. And then right now you just click craft and it makes 3 apple seeds, which is kind of boring. So the plan is to, rather than just craft it straight away, you put it on a queue. So you press a button and it goes onto the queue. And then there'll be a button here which you will kind of press, and it will close this menu, and the dude will start doing something, like a play some animation, like he's putting something into a, I don't know, a machine. And then his stamina will drain because it will take stamina. And then this will slowly craft over like 5 seconds. And then what that allows me to do is, as the player unlocks things in the game, you can unlock more slots in the queue. Do you know what I mean? Which makes it a bit more, like if you play the game, you can upgrade the queue. So how many items you can craft at once. So that's kind of like the next stage, rather than just being pressing a button and it crafts it. And then I'll make that, and then if that seems good, I'll add a little bit more on. Yeah. Because it means that, like, there's a reason to play the game. You know what I mean? You can. There's an upgrade path for the crafting. Because crafting's kind of already a little bit. It is already kind of a bit involved, because you need to get blueprints, and that means you got to do a quest or something, or find a blueprint in a chest. But then the blueprint's just a blueprint, and it's locked, or it might be locked. And then you need to go to unlock a blueprint. You need to do this thing on the radar, where you get given these locations and you charge your item up. So you charge these data cards up by receiving messages from the radar, and then those get downloaded into the blueprints. And that's how you unlock a blueprint. So the data cards are fully charged up, and then you would go to this thing here, and then you would put them in there, and then you would download it's already locked. It's already unlocked, but if I find one that, well, they're all unlocked. But if this was locked, you download it in, and then you'd get the recipe, and then you can start crafting with it, basically. So it is quite a complicated system already. I don't want to make it too hard for the player to understand, but I want it to make it not just really boring. So basically, like, the amount of things you can craft in one go depends on how many slots you have on here, which you can upgrade, and then it depends on how much stamina you've got. So you need stamina as well. And you get stamina probably. I mean, I haven't made a way to get stamina yet, but it'll probably be from like resting, and you'll be able to take potions. You know, other ways to maybe I don't know. You can buff your stamina to go down a little bit less often. Something like that. So yeah, you walk up to this, and then this will be a cool piece of art that'll be like a crafting bench. And then your queue will appear. So your queue, things can stay in the queue. So if you run out of stamina and you haven't crafted anything, you can go and get more stamina, or you know, and then you can continue to craft what's in your queue. Alright, so say do something like so we need to draw things that are in the queue. So what we're going to do is we're going to go bool can add recipe to queue. So we want eCraft recipe kind e crafting queue. What did I call it? Crafting queue e crafting bench kind bench kind. So this is recipe kind, this is bench kind. So can craft recipe inventory bag. So does this all go on the hero? What I might do is I might say ENPC ID owner ID. Oops. ENPC ID owner ID. Check this work. Will compile. Doesn't know about ENPC ID. Forward declare that. So can add recipe to queue, right? So we need the idea that an NPC can, how many slots an NPC can craft with. So we're gonna have struct NPC crafting attributes, and we're going to have attribute S32 queue slot count equals attribute S32 and we're going to say we'll give them 3 slots. And then we want ENPC ID. I'm wondering if we're wanting allow different amounts of slots for different crafting benches. I think we'll do that. E-crafting bench kind. Bench kind. Alright, so I'll have an array of them. NPC crafting attributes. So now I'm just making a little structure to say like how many slots for each bench has the NPC got, or has the player got? How many slots can they fill? And that can be upgraded. This can change. Alright, so NPC crafting attributes. So we need a method. So we're going to say set NPC crafting attribute set NPC queue slot count. Set queue slot count for NPC. Yeah, we'll rename this NPC as well. And then we want crafting bench kind bench, and then we want S32 value. All right. And that's just gonna go. So we need to be able to find based on NPC and bench. So we're gonna do bool operator equals a pair of eNPC ID crafting bench kind and just make this a reference. And then we want to say return NPC equals other first and NPC and bench kind equals other second. Okay. So if auto bench equals benches, no, queue, sorry. No, was it attributes equals, what do we call this? NPC crafting attributes dot find NPC bench. Does that work? Nope. So it doesn't know about attribute. Find okay. eNPC ID crafting bench kind. All right, good. We need to do attributes dot queue slot count dot set value So that doesn't change the min-max. So we might set the min-max as well. So it sets the value. Whoops. Yeah. So I'll bump up the maximum. Right. So what that means now is on the entity state types, when we spawn a when we spawn the hero, we want to do get crafting controller set queue slot count for the hero for Crabtree crafting bench, set it to 3. So let's just see what happens. All right. So it's empty. Okay. So we need to create it. Auto index. Maybe we don't need to create it. Maybe we just need to create it on startup. So when we load the game, we're gonna just say NPC crafting attributes so we just want the NPC and the bench. So we'll just go through for auto bench in crafting benches. NPC crafting attributes dot in place. Oops. NPC crafting attributes, and we should say dot NPC equals eNPC ID hero dot bench kind is bench. So we'll create one for each bench. Okay, let's try that again. So it should be there now. So we've got one in there for the hero. I'm going to set it to be 3. I mean, it's already 3. And then we're going to bump up the maximum. It's already 3 anyway. Awesome. So what I'm going to do now in the HUD is just display so we're going to get the slot count. So we're going to go I'm going to say auto slot count equals get crafting controller dot get get slot count S32 get queue slot count EMPC ID NPC E crafting bench kind and that's this. Return attributes queue slot count queue slot count dot let's say T1. Obviously not. There's a compile error there somewhere. Bench. Alright, T1 is not a member, that's fine. Queue slot count dot target 1. Else return 0. Okay, so we can get the queue slot count now. So we're going to say get queue slot count. I'm going to say EMPC ID hero queue dot kind. And then we're just going to make a string. Temporary string. And he's going to say crafting queue slots slot count. And then we'll just draw this label for now. Oops. So it should say that the hero has 3 slots in the queue. Crafting queue slots 3. Awesome. So let's just draw the title. That can be the title. And then we want to go for auto slot count For auto S in slot count, we'll just do canvas. Oops. I'll just say draw label for now. Slot. For S in slot count. Okay, so we've got 3 slots. So we don't need to say it there anymore. So we're going to say if slot count, do that, else canvas, draw label, no slots. Awesome. And the next thing we've got to do now is actually draw what a slot looks like. Crafting cubes, we've got 3 slots there. Okay. Right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break and make a coffee, and then we'll start drawing the slots. All right then. Ugh. So these slots are going to be in an empty state until you put something in them. And it's probably going to be like a progress bar, I think. Okay. So let's draw the slots as in an empty state. Right now it's just a label. I think what we want is void draw crafting slot. Size T slot index, and obviously, yeah, that'll be fine for now. So we want draw crafting slot S. Probably do want to pass the Q actually. Oops. So we just pass the Q and the slot index. So we need to work out the slot bounds. So we'll say we'll go auto scissor equals canvas dot get scissor, and that'll tell us the width. The height of a slot is something we have to decide. We'll make it based on the size of the text, the height of the text. So renderer equals canvas dot get renderer. Or can we do get text font dot get line height? Yes. Font size. Okay. Auto font size equals canvas dot get text get font size. Yes. So we need to get the line height based on this font size. And that's the line height. I'll just say height, and then we'll plus some padding. So say auto padding is 4. We'll say 2 times padding, padding for the top, padding for the bottom. The width is going to be the scissor minus two times padding. So auto bounds is going to be canvas to add to bounds height. Maybe that will automatically give me what I want. So let's just draw that for a second. Draw quad outline. Quad outline, bounds 1 for the stroke, float color, we'll do it white, Z in max. So just draw that. Let's just see what happens. Might not need width. Oh, it worked. So we've got 3 little slots. We don't need width. Which is awesome. So what I also want to do is after each slot, I want to have a little padding. Add to bounds. Padding. We'll go with that. There we go. They do seem a little narrow. Okay, so let's just draw some text in that slot. So we want the font as well. Canvas.get text font. So we will say canvas drawstring font size. We want center align text slot. Float color 1:1. Not bothered about a back color. Position bounds.center int max. Alright, let's just see what happens. So if this works, we have the slots, all the slots should say slot in the middle of them. Ooh, that's completely broken. Because we're copying the font over. Let's try that. Amazing that didn't crash. Boogie Burrow, hey, how's it going? Hope you're doing okay. I'm just working more on crafting today. So the idea now is oh, fantastic. Yeah, a few hours ahead in Japan, I believe. So yesterday we got to where we could craft. So you press this button and it crafts 2 apple seeds. Today, instead of just crafting straight away, we're making it so you can queue things up to craft. And then you'll be able to press a button and then the dude will animate around making stuff. And then it will consume stamina and you'll craft stuff off the queue. So we're just setting up this queue now. we've got 3 empty slots. Let's just space them out a little bit more. So now we want to be able to add things to the empty slots. So this, instead of crafting, should add it to the queue. So that's in the craft. That's in game menus. Crafting menu, crafting bench menu. Draw crafting recipe. There we go. So this should say add to queue. And it shouldn't do try craft recipe. That's later. So how do we add it to a queue? So crafting controller, can craft recipe. And then we want get free slot count. Get queue slot count. Okay. So this, I think, has to return maximum. And this has to set maximum. Well, I think the goal is just going to be to, if I'm on good form, I should be able to add these recipes into the queue and then press craft and have all of the things craft in the queue at once while the NPC is playing some kind of animation. That's maybe where I'll get to today if I'm on good form. I'm still kind of working out the ins and outs of it all though. I wanted the crafting system to be not as simple as just pressing a button to craft an item, because I think that could be a bit boring. So the idea is that now when you play through the game you'll be able to upgrade how many slots you have, and that means you'll be able to craft more things as you progress through the game at once. And then it'll also allow crafting to, so imagine all these slots are filled and there'll be a button saying like you have to hold it down or something, and it'll start crafting, and there'll be a progress bar that comes up as he's doing something, playing some animation, and then the stamina will go down. So it depends, you'll be able to like upgrade your stamina to craft more items, or you'll be able to like maybe have a perk which means you can craft, takes less stamina to craft items or something. Just kind of like trying to leave it open the future for expanding the crafting system. But today it's just about getting items in them slots and trying to craft them, I think. Did you have a good day today? So it's the evening time there. So that doesn't do anything right now. I wanted to add it to the queue. Okay. So get queue. So we also, what we want is we want get free slot count. Get free queue slot count. So that's the same. So this is maximum minus how many slots we have. Okay. So we want can craft recipe and cc.get free hero. Get free slot count for the hero in recipe. It's not the recipe kind, it's the crafting bench kind, which is just kind. So it has to be able to craft the recipe and there has to be a free slot count. And then we just basically want add recipe to slot. Okay. So the bag has in it try craft. What is it? Try craft recipe. So what we need to do is we need to transfer the items from the player's inventory into the slot, because the slot needs to reserve those items that it's going to use to craft. Right. Well, so a slot needs an inventory bag. Okay. I'll put it here. So struct crafting slot has an ID. And it has in it, well, that's it just has an ID. For now. So what I might do is I might just do U64 the crafting queue ID on the bench. I might do queue ID. We'll just do this for now, and we'll just have an array slots. Maybe it goes actually in here. These are the slots. Yeah, and then when we set the slot count, we can just do attributes slots dot fill so that will set the count to the result if there's no elements. So that's not what we want. We want to fill it with, well, no, that is probably, that will fill it with, yes, I think we'll empty them and we'll do attributes slots empty, because that would fill it, that would increase by that amount, by a value. We don't want to do that. I want to set it to that value. See if it can fill clear first. Only trivial. So it's fill construct, I think. So that means the slot needs a default constructor, I think. Num element constructor args. So this is static cast size t, probably. Fill with. That should work. So what we want to do is we want to take a copy, and then we want to fill it, and then we won't take a copy, we won't empty it, we'll just say count equals attributes slots.getCount, and it's value minus count. If value is greater than count, we do that, else we empty it. Yeah, if value is less than if value is less than or equal to the count, we empty it, and then we always fill it. Yeah. We'll fill it, we'll empty it, and we'll just fill it with the value. Look at the count. If value is less than count, so we're going to go extra equals value minus count. If extra is less than 0, fill it with the value, else just fill it with the extra. Try that. Now, maybe we want to put them back. Attribute slots C equals copy C. Put them back in. So only up to value. So if the extra is less than 0, meaning we're shrinking, we copy the array, and then we empty the old one, and we fill it with brand new stuff, and then we just go and populate it back from the copy again. That will work. Right. So we have this thing called a crafting slot now. So each slot has an ID. So we need to be able to set the ID. Because we need to make a bag out of it. So we're just going to say crafting bench kind, bench, and then size T slot index. So we need a proper constructor. And that needs to set the ID. So the ID is going to be get crafting bench ID, bench. I tell you what we'll do, we'll go #64 enum name bench with the slot index, and that will become the ID. So it's the slot index and the bench. Alright, so now we need to fill these. So we need to do it one at a time. So we'll go for each. So we'll make a default constructor as well. And then that means that works, and then we can copy it in. This means we need to go for we need to count up. So 4 2 I, the start is going to be the count, and the end is going to be the count plus extra. And then we're going to fill with the bench kind, which is just bench and I. Okay then, let's see what this looks like. So we're giving each slot a unique ID. Which we can use to create an inventory bag with. So each slot can have its own inventory bag to hold the items for crafting. Right. 0. So I'm going to go from 0 to 3. Okay, 3 slots in each slot. Oh, we've got 8 slots in there. 9. Confusing. Let's try that again. slots are empty. Ah, no, it's not fill with, it's in place. There we go. Two, three. Right. Let's try that one more time. Missed that. One, two, three. So the attribute now has 3 slots, and each slot's got a different ID. Good. So the next thing to do is each crafting slot needs to create an inventory bag. So get game state dot create inventory bag, and the ID is going to be the ID. The max slot count. Okay, we need to actually say how many slots, the maximum max queue slot count, I'm just going to say is 6. You can never have more than 6 types of items per recipe. Whatever, that's fine. Crafting controller. Crafting controller, max queue slot count. Alright, so now the next step is when we press Q item, we need to transfer the items into this bag. Okay, so it creates a bunch of inventory bags, which is totally fine. Okay, so try craft recipe. So try craft will do the craft if it can. We want something similar. We want to do add recipe to slot, or queue recipe in slot. Try queue recipe in slot. In try queue recipe. Let's do that. Kind inventory bag. We want to know, we've got the current crafting bench ID, we could just use that. So we're going to say recipe kind, or whatever, we'll say crafting bench, and then we'll say bench. So we'll try queue a recipe, this recipe from with using this bag into this bench. Alright, so in game menus now we're just gonna go cc.try queue recipe recipe.kind bag kind, which is just a bench. Yeah, Might I rename this to bench? Ooh, come on. Alright. Try queue recipe. Check that builds. Oops. Alright. No. Find and replace didn't quite work there. Okay. So we say try queue recipe. Alright. It's very similar to this. Can craft it. We can get the recipe. So we don't need to know that because, well, that's fine. Yeah. Can craft it. So now we need to actually get the next free slot out of the queue. Okay, so this is gonna be optref crafting, what do we call it? Crafting slot. Get next free crafting slot for ENPC ID. Crafting bench kind bench. Try queue actually. Yeah, so yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Get next free. Okay. Get free slot count. Get queue slot count. So let's copy this. So if you have the, so that returns nothing. So we're going to say so we've got the queue slot count. Maximum minus target. So I think what we want to do is we want to say for auto slot in attributes slots, if slot Okay, so I think also we could do with getting rid of we could do with getting rid of this. We can just leave that in there. I'm going to do bool. Say bool is occupied for now. I don't think you should do that actually. So let's just check all those compile errors that we just made. So this is actually just return attributes slots.getCount. So this is for auto slot in attribute slots. So size S32 result is 0. Put that up there. So if slot, if get inventory, yeah, if get game state, so if get inventory bag slot .id, if auto bag is that, and then we do if bag, there's no is empty, get item count is 0, then the slot is free. Yes, that's how it works. Get queue slot count, and that's attributes slots.getCount. Set queue slot count. So let's truncate that. All right. So what we changed there is a slot is free if it's got nothing in the inventory bag for that slot. So if slot if get game state dot get inventory bag slot id, yeah, so if there's a bag, if bag get item count is 0, return slot. Awesome. So that means that we can get the next free crafting slot. So on the queue then, try queue recipe, auto slot equals get next free crafting slot. Yeah, so what I might do here actually as well is pass in. We don't need to pass in the NPC, we can get it from the bag. So it's just static cast NPC ID bag get ID bench. If not slots, if there's not a free one, return false. Alright, so I think we should just test all that. So if this works, it will be able to get us the next free crafting slot. And then we'll be able to use that to transfer the recipe items into that slot. Okay, add to queue. Get next free crafting slot. Bag. Get item count. It's got no items in it, so this is the next free slot. That worked. So we have a free slot now. So we need to get the bag. So this is the source bag. No, this is the dest bag. This is the bag that we're going to put the items into. Equals get game state. Get game state dot get inventory bag slot ID. If there's no dest bag, we'll return false as well. So we have the bag now. We need to transfer everything from the recipe, from the source bag, into the dest bag. Okay. So that's basically this. So we have the recipe. So we don't destroy while there's remaining, we don't destroy the item. So this is source bag. We do dest bag transfer claim item. Want the item ID. Claim, is there a claim item? Claim items from bag slot. Source bag ID. Get ID. Source slot index. Dest slot index. Doesn't matter. Quantity is the remaining quantity, and what does that actually return? The result being, okay, so what happens if quantity so it doesn't return the remaining quantity? Hey Benkley, it's going great. No, you're not late really. How are you doing? Just working on crafting. Oh, excellent. Are you feeling any better today? A bit poorly yesterday. Oh, good. I'm glad. Okay. So right now we're just queuing up crafting items to craft. So we can craft multiple items at the same time. Or multiple recipes. Okay. Okay. So while remaining, so desk bag, claim item. So I think what we do is we go for auto or for I to the minimum of slots s dot yeah, so we can go auto source items equals slots s dot get items. Source items dot get count remaining. We're basically going to transfer so we're going to go desk bag claim item source items I, and if that works we can do remaining minus minus and I minus minus. Okay. Let's see. So this should, if this works, this will add all the items from the recipe. This should add all the items from the recipe into the slot, like from the player's bag into the slot. Source count equals yeah. Oops. And we need that as well. Fix up these compile errors. Source items I dot get ID. So Benkley now, so we got crafting working yesterday where I could press that button and it would craft properly. And it would remove things from the inventory and it would put apple seeds back into the inventory that had just been crafted. Now, I'm trying to queue them. So, the player has a certain number of slots that it can queue, so you can craft multiple recipes at the same time. And then you should be able to upgrade the slots through the game. The number of slots. So if I add this to the queue, so it's going to find, so the prefab, so we've got 2 Apple Sparks. What do we need? 2. So it's going to go from 1 to 2. So it's going to try and claim it could claim it, so there's now 1 remaining. Could claim it, so that worked. So basically we remove the Apple Sparks out, and in this slot now we just need to update this slot to say, why break your head this much? Use ChatGPT. Because I find it really creative. The goal's not the end product, the goal is in the creation. Why does anybody write a book, man? Dion, thanks for the question. Yeah, if you've got any questions, then let me know. Oh, cool, yeah. 20 years. Awesome, man. What kind of things are you making? Yeah, I mean, depends why you do it. I'm not concerned with, I'm not doing it for a job or anything. It's purely for creation. Yeah, full stack development. So the web stuff on the cloud and all that. Yeah, man. Distributed systems. Web and AI, cool. I haven't really done any of this new style. Well, I've done a little bit of this neural network AI stuff 20 years ago, when it was just a toy thing. And everybody was saying, when computers get big enough, powerful enough, this is going to be it. And now we're there, I suppose. Or we're getting there. Yeah. It is very interesting, actually. When I was at uni 20 years ago, we got taught about the cloud, but the cloud wasn't a thing yet. And that is also another thing that came true. People would say you'd be able to write a document on the computer at uni, and then you'd be able to go back to your room and it would just be there on your desktop. And that was crazy that blew our minds. But here we are with Google Docs, and you can do that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where it's going to go, to be honest. I think you've got to imagine computers are going to get so good that it'll just be able to stimulate in the brain the thing that makes us really love stuff. And when that happens, we're all doomed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's beginning to edge its way into computer games as well. Definitely. Got you lazy, yeah. So, Visual Studio, and probably Visual Studio Code, they have this Copilot extension which will recommend code for you to write. So as you're writing, it will write code for you at the same time, or it'll recommend code. And I used it for a bit, but I found that the coding, the experience became just like reading code all the time rather than writing it. So you like write a little bit and then it'll pop up like 10 lines of code, and then you've still got to check it because it's not like right. It's just trying to recommend things. So I just didn't bother with it in the end. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my technique still is write something and go through it line by line. Definitely. Yeah, it's very quick. Yeah, I mean, reading code is a good skill to have as well. It just became like you're just constantly reading stuff. You know, it recommends what you want to write on your next 10 lines, and you press tab, enter, or whatever, and then it puts it in. Then you got to check it's right, and then you write a little bit more, and it recommends the next 10 lines, and it's a very different experience. Yeah. And that's a good skill to learn if you can. You need to change the way you think so you can hold a lot of things in your mind at once, definitely. Like, you know, all these AI things, the optimist in me is they could be great tools rather than just completely replace everything. It could be a great tool that helps you. It could help you keep lots of things in your mind at once. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, hopefully. I hope you're right. I think with this first wave of like AI art and AI movies, you can definitely tell it's AI. And it's definitely not as good as a real person. But we're still in the first generation, really. Like, imagine what it's going to be in 50 years. Think about what computers were like 50 years ago. But I hope you're right. I hope it doesn't. Yeah. All cyborgs. Yeah, like my concern is it manages to like truly understand what humans love, and not the coders, like the gamers or the people who listen to music. What they really love, it like on a chemical level, and it just gives you that. And I don't know if a human would ever be able to be that good. It's like this stimulates the most happy hormone in someone's brain. Therefore, we'll do that 1,000,000 times. And it becomes like super addictive. That's my big concern with it. Yeah. Yeah, that might also happen. That's like being a tool. Yeah, it could be a tool, you know. Yeah, if it was a tool, like if it fused into you somehow, imagine you could just recall Wikipedia entries like memories. So you'd be like, oh, I wonder what last film this person was in, and then you just know it because it's like downloads it from Wikipedia. Yeah, that could be it. I mean, that's crazy, that, if that happens. Yeah, that's the downside, isn't it? What will happen? You won't need to watch it. You'll just have... It'll be imprinted in your brain that it was the best movie ever, and you wouldn't have even seen it. That's very kind of dark. Instead of paying for a cinema ticket, you'll pay for a memory implant in your brain which tells you that you've seen it. Yeah. God, yeah, that'd be awful. I prefer to see the movie right now, I think. Dion, your English is fine. I can read everything. I understand what you're doing, what you're saying. I'm building a game. So right now, in particular, I'm making crafting. So this is it's all very prototypey. There's no art or anything. So this is a crafting bench, this pink square. And this is the queue for the bench that you can add recipes to. So yeah, get these blueprints in the game, and then the blueprints have recipes in them. And then this is your inventory. So if you've got the right amount of items for the recipe, you can add it to the queue. That's what I'm working on now. And then you'll be some kind of button in the queue, and you'll maybe hold it down, and then the dude will start doing some animation like he's crafting something, and then the stamina bar will go down and things will get made in the crafting queue. We're not that far yet. I'm just going through a bunch of gameplay prototypes. I've got all these rooms that do different things. So you know, that's like a shop prototype, and then eventually, once I've got all this gameplay stuff, I'll start formulating it into an actual game. And then that's like a chest. No plans to publish or anything, really. Like, I think if the game ends up being good and people become interested in it, I'll think about making it, like releasing it. But it starts a couple of years away, really. So the game's more to stress test the engine. It's a custom engine that I've made. Because engines are like more my thing. So that there's a lot of... So all this is like behind, you know... There's like an editor behind it all and stuff. And you can, you know, move things around in the editor. Yeah, thanks. Like, I've always made engines, and then I've like stopped and started a new one. That's been my programming for the last 20 years. And this time, I'm going to actually try and make a game. This is C++, yeah, C++ the language. So I know lots and lots about engines and not much about gameplay code. So that's kind of what I'm teaching myself, I suppose. How do you make coding, like, how do you code something that's fun? I know enough physics to do, you know, like I've written rigid body physics simulation stuff. Not in this engine yet, but I have done in previous engines. Physics is a big part for sure, yeah. It's a multidiscipline. You need to know quite a lot about computers in general, and maths and physics. But yeah, like physics, if you want things in the world to look real, or at least have a real feeling, then you need to simulate that. Physics is the way to go. The only physics I've actually got in the engine though is this engine. I've got cloth physics. So this smiley is a piece of cloth. So you can and it'll shrink, and it should blow in the wind and stuff like that. And then there's some kind of light simulation stuff as well. But that's not real physics. That's a lot of that's tricks. But I think like I'm gonna look at some physics libraries soon, maybe after crafting, because I want to put in where you can like run around the world and mine things. So I think, you know, having rocks collapse with a laser or something would be cool. But that's probably the next thing after the crafting. I'm going to do something like that, because crafting, you don't just craft with items in your inventory, you craft with resources you get in the world as well. So you'll have some items and some resources. So the only resource I've got in the game right now is if you use this little, this is meant to be a droid robot thing, and he has a laser arm on him, and you can like shoot a laser into the grass and it'll carbonize the grass and you get carbon. So carbon is a resource rather than an item, and I want like maybe like a few of them different types of resources, and then you can use them in the crafting system and stuff. All right. Yeah, part of it's going to be like craft like alchemy and crafting. So the main concept of the game is you're on a space station, big space station, like with thousands of people on it, and you are in charge of all the gardens and the parks. So it's like gardening, and then technology that you're going to be able to use to help the gardening, and then you're going to be able to go on like quests to like get resources from maybe like an asteroid or something, and you bring the resources back, and then you craft things for the gardens. Like right now it's just like an apple seed, but you know there'll be a bunch of different things you can make, like different plants and stuff. That's the main kind of, it's like gardening in space. Alright. Yeah, thanks. Still early days. I've been working on the game for this is the 4th week of development now. So it's not going to be a game that you can play for a year or so, I don't think. But the engine's been is 18 months of work, the engine. Alright. So we can queue a recipe. And all that does is it puts something in the bag. So if we go back to the game HUD, it just says empty slot. So what we need to do is we need to get if a slot is empty or not. So draw crafting slot. Yeah, interesting. I haven't thought that far ahead. There's no real storyline developed yet. I think I'm gonna get a lot of gameplay done, so there's things to actually play, and then after that I'm gonna start working on some like fleshing out the setting and the story, and if that leads to more gameplay, then that's great. Put that in. I'm thinking light combat, maybe. Light combat, so you can go to, because you're going to be able to go on supply runs, which means different areas. like planet surface of planets, and then they might have some kind of enemies, maybe. Combat's a very, very big system in a game, so I've written a combat system before and it took a long time, but we'll do it, maybe. Alright, so we need to get whether a slot is empty. Yeah, I probably will. I'll probably look through all of that code and then see what I can take from it, yeah. The thing is, like, last time I wrote a combat system was maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and I'd probably do it all different now. You know what it's like. So I'll definitely look through it just to see how it all worked. Because that, you know, that ties a lot of systems together, combat. You need to use a lot, so there's obviously you need AI for the NPCs, because they need to be able to know what to do at any particular time. And the AI has to drive animation and physics, and then you need lots of HUD, lots of head-up display stuff for like hit points, and lots of effects for weapons, and it is a big system. It'd be like maybe 6 weeks work. So when I say combat, I'm saying light combat, so I'm not really sure. If you look at a lot of indie games, you're just slashing with a sword and that's it, and then the AI is like the slime comes towards the player if they get within a certain radius. Depends how far you want to take it, because you could... The combat system I wrote before, like, the enemies are quite clever, so they could do different things to kind of... You know, they could take cover and they could change their attack based on... They could read your stats and change their attack based on what you were weak against and stuff like that. So I'll have to kind of decide, because it's not going to be a combat focused game, so I don't want to put loads and loads of resources into combat. Unless it's fun. Yeah, Pathfinder. The engine's got pathfinding. So, in terms of NPCs, you can author, I call them patrols in the engine. So that's like an NPC goes about their day, and you can author what they do and where they go. And that all's, you know, they got to pathfind or use pathfinding to get from area to area and stuff like that, and they can pathfind throughout the entire world in the game. And then I also use pathfinding for like quest objectives. So, you know, if you have a quest and the objective is like several screens away, it has to pathfind from your location to the objective location, and the pathfinding has to go through all of the doors and stuff like that. So that's... I'll show you the pathfinding code. Find out where it is. If you go to movement controller, oh, I know where it is. It's in A*.h. I use the A* algorithm for pathfinding. It's like quite an optimized version of A*. Different types of A* as well, you know, because pathing across a level where all the level is in memory is a different thing to pathing throughout the world. A*, it's a very well used pathfinding algorithm. Let me have a look. So this is it's a search algorithm. Where's the algorithm? Here it is. So it's not very long, and it's basically industry standard pathfinding. So what all engines will use, probably this or a variant of this for pathfinding. You divide the world up into little regions, and then it's like a search. It's a very clever search. Yeah, so I do A star. There's different types of A star. But this is basically an implementation of A star, that algorithm that was on Wikipedia then. Alright. And that works well, that's good. Okay. So what we need is we need to get this crafting slot. So crafting controller. So we want opt-ref crafting slot. Get crafting slot. NPC ID, NPC crafting bench kind, bench size T index. Alright, great. Thanks for popping by. I'll see you later. And your English is good, don't worry about that. Alright. Get crafting slot. So I think what we're going to do is it's just going to be U64 ID. Alright. So I'm going to have a quick 2-minute break and make a drink, and then we will continue. So I'll see you in 2 minutes. Alright, back. So we have to get a crafting slot, that's the next thing to do. So get crafting slot by ID. Where are all these slots? They're in the attributes. So that's pretty straightforward. So we have to go for auto attribute in attributes. We call it empty crafting attributes. If auto slot equals attribute slots find ID. Can we find by ID? Nope. So bool operator other ID. Okay. If we find the slot, we'll just return the slot. Okay. So now I can get the slot. So I'm going to say if auto slot equals get crafting controller find slot or get slot get crafting slot get crafting ID get crafting slot ID we need. Okay, we'll put that in. So that's this. U64 get crafting slot ID. And we need eCrafting bench kind, and we need the slot index. And that's just that. Alright. And that's get crafting slot ID bench slot index. Which means, so it's get crafting slot ID Q kind slot index. So if we have the slot, we need a slot. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say if not slot return, because we definitely need a slot. So if slot, so if get game state so what I might do on the slot is put a method on it which is bool is available. Check that's how you spell available. Yes, is available. And then that is get game state dot get inventory bag ID dot if auto bag get inventory bag return bag get item count is 0. Is available. Call it is free. Okay. Where were we? If the slot is free, we say empty slot. Else, we need to display what recipe, the name of the recipe. Okay. Does the slot doesn't store the recipe? So crafting slot. Recipe kind. Unknown. So when we queue oops, try queue recipe. When we queue it, if we successfully manage to queue it, we have to do slot recipe is recipe, is it recipe equals kind. Okay. So all we're going to do is we're going to draw this string with the recipe name, lock slot recipe. So if this works, when we queue the recipe, it should say the recipe name in the slot now. So queue it. Apple seed. Awesome. Right, so the next thing to work on now, I suppose, is when we press a button, we want a progress bar, because these are going to get crafted over a couple of seconds. Okay, so we'll put we want like a button down here or something. We'll just put it at the end. Okay, so we've drawn the crafting slots. And we want to go if get crafting controller dot get free queue slot count. We need some way of knowing if there are things queued up. So I might get this to return a boolean. And this bool is going to be, is anything in the slot? If it's free, result is true. And then we're just going to return the result. And then we're going to go bool can craft. Can, we'll say can begin crafting or something. Is occupied. If not, can begin crafting and is occupied. Can begin crafting is true. And then I'm going to say if can begin crafting, I'm just going to draw a button for now. Canvas, draw button, craft. Alright, so if you open the crafting bench, add it to the queue, you get a button that says craft. Brilla, that's what we want. Right. So this really needs to be a button you hold over time to make it work. And there isn't anything like that in the UI at the moment, so that might be the next thing to add. Like a button you can hold over time. Alright then, let's do that. Let's have a quick look at how draw button works. Gets the next button bounds, ticks the button state, it draws the button, and it returns whether it was pressed. Right. So, game UI canvas. Let's do bool draw hold button. And then basically how long we want to hold it for. So what we'll do is we'll just set it to be the same code as the draw button for now. You need to return UI result bool as well. Alright, so that should compile. Once we get the compilers out of the way, of course it will. There we go. So let's make this now a draw hold button for 5 seconds. So that means you got to hold down the button So I think we're going to make this a float because we're going to return a scale of between 0 and 1. So we'll say 0. Say 0, 0 for now. So we've got this thing called tick button state, and what does that return? A UI button state, UI state. So it should return the pressed state. Just up. So we want to see whether it's focused. Okay. So say if B state equal B state dot state equals focused, which means that the mouse is being held over the button. I think we need to tick up a timer. Okay, I can just stick that in the button state, I think. So how do we get to the button state? Tick button state, Gen I. Okay, that's recreated every single frame. So we can't stick it in there. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to have a hold button state. Hold button state. That's going to have a T. And use it for ID. We'll have an array of those. Hold button states. And then we're going to have hold button state, get hold button state, const w string view text. Okay, and we can gen an ID from that. So we want the rectangle as well. Panel gen ID text rect. So I'm just going to say where else do we do this? So text, and we're just going to say hold button state at that rectangle. So that's the ID. And then hold button state, we need to be able to find it by ID. Oops. So we're going to go auto index equals hold button states dot index of ID, and then if the index is equal to the hold button states count, we make one. Index, no, ID, and then we return it. Alright, let's see if that builds. Okay. So this is a name. That's fine. We'll make this a name. A name is just a compile time U64 integer as a string, or a string compiled into a U64 integer. Okay, can't hash that. Okay, so if we're focused, auto hold button state equals get hold button state b bounds, and then we have our t. So hold button state dot t plus equals dt. And then we're going to return T0 and T1. So the old value is hold button state dot t divided by t, and that's saturate that. And then we'll add dt to it, and then that'll become T1. So essentially what that does is it just ticks up from 0 to 1 over time t. Okay. Does that build? All right. So we're going to go if auto result is that. That's the scale, really. We'll probably just log line. We'll probably just log it for now. So it should take 5 seconds to go from 0 to 1. Oh. Scale dot new value. So a hold button is going to be a button that you hold the mouse on, and then it'll tick up from 0 to 1 over 5 seconds. It's ticking up. Pressing it stops. There we go. So another thing is if you stop pressing on it, you need to tick back down again. We'll just say else it ticks down. Which also means get rid of that. So it should tick back down to 0 now. So if you hold the mouse on it, it will tick up. If you release it, it will tick back down, which I think is what you want from a hold button. So it's ticking up. And it's ticking back down again. Interestingly, it doesn't seem to react straight away. I wonder why that is. Because that's a random number. Okay, yeah. So this is actually BM, not neg. Don't want it to go below 0. There we go. And then back down again. Now That is kind of is that the default behaviour we want? Or do we want separate behaviours for it? Sometimes we might want it to just increase and then stop. Other times we might want it to increase and then when we release the mouse button, slowly fall back down to 0. Okay. So let's just do draw quad in world. So we're going to say if hold button state dot t, we're just going to draw this. Just draw a quad. We're going to draw a little bar ticking up. We'll make it 4 pixels. We'll make it green so it stands out. Z order. Okay, we'll just do that for now. And we'll say -4. So we'll draw it above. As it goes back down again. Alright. So what we want is, it's got game UI renderer. We want draw hold button. It's not an override. And then this is T1. Draw hold button. In the renderer though. Alright, so what does draw button do? So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to go draw button, text, state, and then we're going to go rect.inflate not -4. And then if scale, and then we're going to go canvas So we'll draw two rectangles. So float width equals rect.width, right? Well, float width 0 is rect.width times scale. Float width 1 equals rect.width times 1 minus scale. And float x1 equals equals width 1, I think, equals rect.x plus width 0, I think. Alright, let's just try that then. So canvas.draw quad draw quad so we're going to do rect.x rect.height minus 4 rect.y plus rect.height minus 4 width 0 4 float color we'll do it black z order dot get z easy layer quad and then we'll do that again. And that's x1 and that's width 1. So we should draw two quads to make like a progress bar. And let's see if that works, what that looks like. Okay, so draw hold button is not part of the renderer, so we need to make it part of the renderer. Alright. Needs to be virtual. Probably need to implement this in some other renderers. Editor UI renderer. Draw button. Draw hold button. And this is just not implemented. To do. Right. So there's a bunch of different renderers for rendering different types of UI. in the whole engine. One for the game, one for all the editor stuff, one for context menus, I think. Okay, so if this works, we see a button with a dedicated bar, progress bar in it. It'll be black and it will fill. What will it fill with actually? I think, did we say green? So we're going to fill it with green. Might take a bit to compile this because we've just changed some more fundamental stuff. So if this works, I'm going to take 2 minutes to get a coffee. A celebration. Always deserve a coffee. So, let's see what this looks like. So we have a black bar underneath. Oh, look at that. So you got to hold on the button for it to charge. So I think it needs to charge. It needs to shrink at a faster speed. Alright then. It was here, wasn't it? So it needs to, I think it needs to shrink by t times that. And that means it'll always take 1 second. And then we can just scale that if you want it to be faster. So it's always going to take 1 second from full. Seems like more than 1 second to me. But we can scale that. We'll put that to like 5. So it's a fifth. Fifth of a second. quite fast. So maybe it should be above as well because it's going underneath the mouse cursor. Don't know if that's really that nice, is it? All right. So this is -4. That is 0. And this is rect y. And this is rect y. So that should scale. The black bar should be across the top of the button now. It's in the wrong place. The button's not. Oh, that's +4, that's why. Alright, good. So now we have a button we can hold. So we want to craft one at a time, I think. Alright, good, I'm pleased with that. So we now have hold button. So where is this? What we need to do is close the menu. Game HUD. So how do we close the menu? Get game events dot send g event resume game, I think, and that will close the menus. Sending it over and over again. So if scale.old value is 0, which means we've just pressed it, then we resume the game. Add it to the queue. There we go. Interesting. It said it says there's 2 Apple Spark. It popped out 2 Apple Spark there. I wonder what that was all about. +1 Apple Spark, +1 Apple Spark. So that is because it's not. That's confusing because it's this slot that's got the 2 Apple Sparks. Yes. Okay. So when we queue. try queue, we're doing this thing called claim item, and that's sending out an event. So I think we want to do that. Check how he spells suppress. Yeah. And then we just want to say if result and not suppress events, we'll do that. And then here we want to say we are going to suppress events. Oops. And we shouldn't get that +1 apple spark pop up, because that's confusing. So if we put this on here now and then we do that, it doesn't say. So this guy's now going to be doing some animation. We'll have to play an animation routine. So how does that work? Okay, so where are we? Execute harvest ground item. And then, because on harvest ground item, it crouches down. Push ready state, execute harvest ground item. So you get the animation controller and you play an animation routine. So we need another execute routine. Right then, that's the next thing to do, but first, 2-minute break. Okie dokie. Fueled up with coffee now. It's gonna last another hour and a half. Right. So basically what I want to happen is when you hold down the button, when you hold down the craft button, I want the character to start moving around and animating and stuff as you're holding it down. So and we do these with these make ready events and these execute items. So we need to make one of these. So we'll make a new one. And this is going to be execute craft items. Actor ID, item ID. So we definitely need actor ID. So I think I'm just going to have to, well, let's implement all these. Craft items. So let's just have a quick look at how this works. I haven't used this for a while. So what did we copy from? Execute harvest ground item. So we'll copy. We'll set the actor ID. Is valid. Okay, so this is whether the thing can happen. I think we're just going to say it can always happen for now. We definitely want to disable and enable input, the roaming input. Get target. So the target is where the player needs to stand. Right then, how do we get that? We're probably going to say if we get the player location, we can stand him directly in the middle. We need to find a trigger. Get world dot get trigger region, trigger ID. So we go get game state dot get player, get hero, get player location. I'll get player position. And then get world, get trigger region for a certain trigger ID. We need get trigger region. But for a position. For a game, so we want get trigger region, game region, get trigger region for a game location. So we need to say for auto trigger in trigger regions, if trigger dot bounds dot intersect, if trigger dot room is not equal to location, location dot room continue, so they're in the same room. If trigger dot bounds dot intersect location position, return trigger. All right, so we can say get trigger region, so this is get player location. And that's optional. If location and this is auto trigger, if we have a trigger, return trigger bounds.center. So that's good. The problem with that is the item bench has to be located inside a trigger for that to work. So another thing we could do is we say open crafting bench. We could pass in just the location because we have the trigger ID here. The thing is, we're probably always going to want a trigger. Yeah, we'll keep it like that for now. Yeah. So we set the current crafting bench ID. So I think we'll make it a little bit. We'll tie it to a trigger for now. Now we'll say game location or game region. Bench region. Get rid of this. So this is where the bench is in the world. And then we'll just say game region, current bench region. All right. So we're going to say if auto region equals get world, get trigger region, e.trigger ID. And that's just region. And then we can say get current bench region. And we'll just return current bench region. So that means wherever we're doing these execute, we're just going to say if auto region, well, auto region equals get crafting controller, get current bench region, and we just return region position or region bounds dot center. All right, that's where the player needs to stand. Get status. What does get status do? Or whether we have energy. I think we just say that the status is normal for now. Alright, so that's an execute craft items. Okay. So we try queue a recipe. If that works, that's add to queue. We want the craft. So we resume game, and then we do get game events, push ready state event actor ID equals standard to underlying EMPC ID hero. So that's those I'm working on. And the state is execute craft items. I think this is why it works. This is how it works. We'll just check. Yeah. So that signals to the game that we're about to craft items. And then if we go to entity state types, we're listening for make ready execute. So we just need to listen for execute craft items. So let's just see if we get here. So one of the things is you might, yeah, that's fine, that's good. Intersect. Fix all these compiler errors. So it doesn't know about game region. So structure. It properly needs to know about it. That's fine. Include game region. No, where is it? Where are they where is it located? Game location. Game location. Alright. No such file. Must be in the engine. Game location. Good. Okay. So let's see. Oops. Alright then, so if this works, the player will move a little bit and then a breakpoint will fire. There we go. So, I wonder if we want to put in another type of trigger. Which is like where the player needs to run to start crafting these items. We'll do that after. So execute craft items, right. So what all that's going to happen here is he's going to just play an animation routine. So the game state get animation controller. There's no prefab. So we kind of do want the harvest ground routine. But what we want it to be is craft item routine. Hero craft item routine. And it's the same as the harvest ground item routine. On animation event, tick. Get duration. Get name. Alright, let's add it to the list. Okay. So where were we? So this is hero craft item routine. So work, we're just going to say there's no work for now. So that means he will run to the crafting station and he will crouch down. Okay. So of course the craft item routine has to continue to execute until we stop pressing the button, or all the items are crafted. Dr. Elliot, how's it going? It's going good, thank you. Hope you're okay. Just working on crafting. Get rid of these linker errors. Oh wow, awesome. That's very therapeutic. Is it much better now? Often when you do that, it ends up being much better. Alright, that needs to be rebuilt. So are you doing an engine as well? Yep. That's the way it is, isn't it? That's why this is my first time making a game, because all the other engines I made, I'm like, oh man, I can do that a lot better, so I started again. That's the way it is. That's how you get better though, for sure. DirectX 12, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Although that's kind of... the DirectX 12 stuff is settled at the moment. I'm not doing much work on it. I'll pick up that again probably when I start making things, working on the way the game looks. My task and thing that I'm finding difficult is gameplay. That's like warping my mind. I'm very tired after I do all these streams, because it's just like trying to think up stuff like that. So how long have you been working on the Vulkan stuff? Alright, that built. So right now I'm working on crafting. So you get blueprints in the game, and the blueprints have recipes inside. Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it takes quite a long time to learn all these things. It's good fun though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's I consider this prototype. The idea I've got for the UI when I start working on its appearance is like Star Trek consoles. You ever watch Star Trek? Or something like that. So it'll look very sci-fi, and I want it to be like translucent, so it's kind of like it's like glass, but it's not see-through glass, but the stuff behind it does shine through, but it's all blurred, and it's very like tinted red or something. That's the idea. So when I get like a lot of gameplay done, I'll probably overhaul the UI appearance. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Check it out. Alright, so this is EA. Yeah, so very much into graphics. Yeah, so this is enormous then. If you're supporting all this, I mean, it's EA, isn't it? So it's gonna be. Yeah, man, I love graphics coding. I love trying to cool graphics effects and things. Awesome. Yeah, I'll have a proper read through that. Command list stuff. Oops. Let's have a look. High-level commands translated into low-level API. Command list compile once, submitted multiple times. Yeah, that's similar actually to what this engine does. So obviously there's the DirectX command list, which is an inbuilt thing from DirectX, but on a higher level, the canvas is like a high level command list. So the idea is you draw things into a canvas. So you create a canvas and you draw a bunch of stuff, and then that canvas sits in memory and it can be drawn multiple times, or it can be drawn once a frame or whatever. But you don't have to repeatedly put stuff into it. It just stays there until it's destroyed or cleared. So the idea is, like, if I had a very command heavy set of draw calls, I could actually just do it once and then keep repeatedly drawing it, but from the same command list rather than populating it over and over again. Vulkan buffer to Vulkan buffer. I don't know anything about Vulkan really. I know it has kind of a command list style interface like DirectX 12 does. Yeah, and then one takes these canvas command lists and they get like submitted to the window, and then the DirectX 12 takes hold of the window, looks at that high level command list, and then populates the low level command list. No, the render is not strictly 2D, no. No, it could do 3D no problem if I ever wanted to. It uses the same stuff, like it uses like 4-dimensional matrices like 3D graphics does. So, the camera, the view, it's got view projection matrix and all that. So it could do 3D. Yeah, so it takes the canvas's high level kind of list of stuff. So what the canvas will do is you record it all, each individual draw call, and then you like finish, and then it'll batch it all. So it'll turn all the draw calls into batches, and then it's the batch that gets sent to the window, and then eventually down to DirectX, and then DirectX populates command lists using the batches. So it's like a big batch renderer. ESTL. Yeah, I have actually checked out ESTL. Yeah, like STL, C++ STL, but for game dev, yeah. Yeah, I haven't used much STL in the engine. I tend to write, I use a little bit. I tend to write my own containers. Or, you know, I wrote my own containers years ago and I just use them. But I use stuff like, I've started using standard optional. And I use like standard span. But that's, you know, not much. That's basically all of it. Standard pair sometimes. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for chatting. I like chatting. It breaks my day up. It's good. My head's getting a little bit like cotton wool now because I've been at this since 9:30 this morning. So it's good to have a break. So all I'm doing, let's see if this actually works. So you add it to a queue. So I'm doing crafting, right? So you have blueprints, and the blueprints have recipes. And the recipes are made up of your inventory and stuff. And then you add them to this queue, and then you can craft everything together. What I'm particularly doing now is when you hold onto the craft button, I want the character to start running around and playing animations that is like crafting stuff. So what I've got is him just playing a crouch animation, but when I actually do proper animations, it'll be like running around. And he never stops crouching by the looks of things. So what I need to do is when you release the button, he stands back up again. Look at him, he's not getting rid of his crouch. Alright. So I wonder why he's not stopping. He should be stopping crouching after a while. So are we ticking this routine? We are. Ticker equals 15. So do we get the loop end? Frame count equals work. Alright, so it's linked to how much work. How many frames they do. That's not what I want. So if I do 3, it means it will loop for 3 times. Is my engine a DLL or a static library? So the structure is, the game is a static library and the engine has got, so this is Spine is a animation library, that's static. Build2 is an executable, and that helps me build shaders and compile other assets. EXE Win64 is the game's executable. LibBM's static is like it's a static library, but it's basically header only. But there is a bit of C++ files in there. These two are static libraries. Engine is like the bulk of it. The graphics is DirectX 12, and shaders is the shaders, so that's not a library, that's just a empty project, or a project that doesn't compile. So there's no DLLs, At least I've not made any DLLs. All statically linked. Yeah. What about you? What do you do with your engine? Static. Yeah, I mean, I've always chosen static because then you only have one executable at the end. And you don't have to like manually find addresses of code and stuff like that. So I used to do DLLs when my other engines have had hot loading in, where you would like throw away the old DLL and reload the new one. But then Visual Studio introduced hot loading, so I was like, oh yeah, I'll just use Visual Studio's hot loading and you don't need DLLs. But Visual Studio's hot loading is very slow, so I kind of regret that as well. But it's okay, I mean, I don't mind really, it is what it is. I'm for the most part only working in the games library, in the games static library. I'm not adding anything much, or not much at all, to the engine stuff at the moment. Right, so now I should stand back up again. So it goes down, and he stands back up again. And he also runs to the middle. So he runs directly to the place where I want him to run, where I want him to stand. I think that's fine for now. But this has to keep going until we're not crafting anymore. A Lua for scripting, right? Yeah. Good. Lots of games do that as well. I don't have a scripting language, I'm just doing everything in C++. Lua's really good, it's good to have a scripting language because you don't have to shut down your engine ever. You can just run it and then Lua will keep compiling while your game's running, and that's really good. Yeah. Okay. So the hero craft, that needs to run continuously. So we need to listen for when we stop crafting. How do we do that? So game menus, where would it be? Game HUD, right? So this is where we start crafting. So the hold button is on. So I think we need to detect that this hold button is it's stopped being pressed. So it's when this state goes to pressed. Not necessarily though. So if we say if B state dot state is pressed, standard to underlying. Yeah, so that's to convert an enum class to an integer. So this is an enum class for my NPCs, and this is a unsigned 64-bit integer. And I think all it is a static cast. It's just static cast. It's just a wrapper for static cast. C-style caster. Yeah. I do both, to be honest. I go through phases where I can't be bothered to type it. Because obviously you can just say like, the shorter way to type it is that. Yeah, it's very, yeah, that's right, it's verbose, that's it. I go through phases. C++ is just super verbose anyway in general, like. Like it would have been nice just to been like scast. But they had to do static underscore cast. Yeah, that's what they say. I think, to be fair though, if you're a decent C coder, you're not going to make those mistakes. Anyway, if you're a beginner coder, you might do. I think a lot of the new C++ stuff is they're trying to get new coders into the language. You can tell. So they're doing that by, yeah, rigorizing it, making it rigorous. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever used a dynamic cast in this engine. Let's have a look. I probably have. There. So I've used it, I think. A good thing about it is if you have a base class and a class that inherits from it, and you want to cast up to the, if you want to cast to the inherited class, if it's the wrong type, it returns null, so you can test. So peditor is like an interface, and room editor is obviously derived from iEditor. So we're trying to go down to room editor, and if that won't work, so if iEditor is not a room editor, it'll return null, so you can test, I believe. So you can kind of like, it's maybe bad, I think it's probably bad form anyway to go from the iEditor and try and cast down to an inherited version. That's bad form anyway. But I've done that there just because it worked. Alright, so we were trying to figure out so we were going to do a breakpoint. So we can get it that if we stop pressing it, it does fire that breakpoint. The problem with that is if we stop pressing it off the button, that won't fire. So that's probably no good. We need to store whether it was focused. So hold button state can store UI, what is it? What's it called? EUI state. Last state. Normal. So we're going to say right at the end, we're just going to say hold button state dot last state equals b state dot state. But first we're going to say if hold button state dot last state was focused and hold buttons and b state dot state is not focused, then that is also when we stop clicking the button. So I've got this, what I'm doing right now is I've got this button that you can hold onto with the mouse key, with the mouse button, and it'll charge. It's like a hold button. And I'm just trying to detect when you stop holding it with the mouse key, with the mouse press, I mean. Because that's when I want to stop the animation for the character doing his crafting, when you stop pressing that button. So you add it. So now I'm going to hold this button down and the button kind of like charges up. So he's going to be doing his stuff, and then when I release the button, I want him to go back to being idle. So release his button, and so we've triggered the breakpoint there. I just want to do one more test. I need to release the button not over the top of the button as well, and check that works. Because obviously like buttons are on, like the button's still on because I'm holding my mouse button. So if I release it, yeah, then it's... Okay. So we need to put this somewhere. So what I might do is if the last... I might say T1 is -1. It's not that great, is it? Okay, so we need a state, really. We need another structure for this. We could just return hold button state. Yeah, we'll do that. That's a good idea. Now we'll make a hold button result. And then it's gonna have in it the scale, and it's gonna have in it UI state state. So now this returns a whole button result. Which is a scale. And the old state. Whoops. Whole button state. Last state. I will say we'll say it's the EUI. Yeah, it's the EUI state. So it's yeah, it's the last state. I was right. And then this is a whole button result. T1 B state dot state. And then we're going to say B state dot state is pressed there. And then we want an equality operator for this. I believe. Turn scale is not equal to other dot scale. I think. And state is not equal to other dot state. See if this compiles. Right. So in the game HUD now, this isn't the scale, this is the result. Result.old value dot scale. And then we also want to say if result.new value dot state is pressed. Let's see if we break there. Okay. So that's not working. Is it new value dot scale? Constantly calling it. Scale is 0. So this is evaluating to true all the time. That's not right. Zero, zero. It's because they're equal if they're equal. Silly. Oh. Hang on, let's try that again. I've obviously got the comparison operator wrong. Yeah, they're equal if they're equal. Silly. Alright, let's try that again. Now we've sorted that out. Come on. All right then. So that's, I'm not even pressing down there. It's coming into as pressed. Confusing this. I was pressing the button and I wasn't even pressing the mouse. Alright, so that obviously is still coming in here. So the new value scale is, and it has to be focused. Result.new value.scale, no, dot state is focused. It's focused, meaning the button is down. Nope, that's not worked. All right, yeah. It's because this state is turning to hot. changing the states. So if we put that there, alright, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to say EUI state old state equals bstate.state, EUI state new state equals bstate.state. And then we're just going to say old state and the new state in there. So I'm going to say the new state is that, and the old state is, it can remain the same. Let's try that. So I press it. Okay, so it's, if I press it, so I think this is an OR. So it's not coming in here. So it should go in there. All right. She says they're not equal. Let's try that. Oh, they're not the same. Alright then. So this is old value.scale. Alright then. That's maybe what the problem was. So all we want is a breakpoint to fire here. And we stop pressing the button. Oops. Let's try that again. No, we do need that breakpoint. Yes, there we go. So here's where we can signal the end of crafting items. So how do we want to do this? Play animation routine. How do we stop an animation routine? We just need to return false. So we need to put in, so we want like stop animation routine. So we call play animation routine. Animation routine. We have this thing called an override routine. So let's do bool cancel animation override routine. And the override routine is optional. So when we tick, if there's an override routine, so we want if there's an override routine, we want to cancel it. So we need to go through each routine. override routine, so that's and then we need to, it's not if tick is callable, it's if cancel is callable. Cancel. Returns void. So if cancel is callable, on this particular routine, we just do callback cancel, and then we want bool result is false, result is true, return result. So that'll allow animation routines to gracefully cancel themselves. So if cancel is not callable, we just have to say override routine.reset, and then the result is true as well. I have to just hard reset it. Okay. So now we're just going to put in a cancel. Ooh. And what does cancel do? We will say what will we do? Because we want to go back to idle. At the end of the loop. Yeah, so we'll say bool cancelled is false, and then we'll just say cancel is true, and then we're going to say for a loop end, we'll say if cancelled, else. Set the ticker to be max, and if the ticker is max, it'll complete its animation loop and then it will exit. So we need to do that. Back to idle. Okay, so that'll allow us to cancel. So to test that, breakpoint there, and then in the game HUD, I'm just going to hard code get game state, get hard coded test case, get animation controller for hero, and then do AC. Not attribute controller, get animation controller, cancel override, cancel animation override routine, routine. Okay. So I don't think I want to do this for real, but this is just a test case. I think for real I want to fire an event to say that we've stopped crafting, because other things will want to know that we've stopped crafting. So if this works, that's probably going to be the end of the stream for today. And we'll resume tomorrow. So basically we're expecting to be able to cancel the animation routine, it to complete its loop, and then go back to idle. So, okay, get the animation controller, cancel. So we're either going to get here, or we're going to get here, get there, cancel. So set it to be cancelled. So we'll wait for the loop end. So it returns true, it did cancel. If cancelled, back to idle, ticker is set to max. So the next tick, the result should be false. And it should reset. So that should work. Okay. So let's get rid of all them breakpoints and actually test it. I don't know whether I do want to end it at the end of a loop. We'll see. We might want to end it immediately. End the animation immediately. There we go. So I'm going to press it. So he does wait to the end of his loop. Cool. At least it looks like he's doing something. We'll replace that animation eventually with a cool animation of him crafting things. I'm still holding the button. Boom. Oh look, it didn't work. It didn't work. So I'll fix that bug. So I think it's to do with the routines. I think it's to do with we set the tick count, the frame count to the amount of work. I don't know if we want to do that here. So it's going down. So that's not working. Oh, that worked. So it works until the... If it fills up, it doesn't work. I bet that's because this isn't firing if it's filled up. So let's put a breakpoint there and try again. So they're both on the pressed state. So we need to set the old state to be equal to normal. Alright, let's try that. Meaning that the old state, I mean the button was... The old state's actually focused. Whoops. Not normal. So he goes down, he starts crafting stuff, and then we'll wait, then we'll release the button, and he pops back up again. And he will also move directly from where he needs to go. Because the idea is probably he could go to a different location. You could like right up to the crafting technology. You can walk up to it and start doing work. Great. That's awesome. So I'll move him right off. He runs up to it and he starts crafting. Okay, that's all we're gonna do today. Tomorrow we'll actually get him to craft the items in the queue, one at a time. And then we also need to remove items from the crafting queue in case you accidentally put them there and you don't want to have them there. Right, that's me done for today. So tomorrow I'll be back at 9:30 in the morning GMT. See you guys later. This VOD will be up on my YouTube channel later on this evening. See you later.